Hello everybody and welcome to Dusty Book Sniffers. My name is Nicole and as I said, this is Dusty Book Sniffers, and today we are here for some reading and productivity sprints, and hopefully I will be able to help you get some stuff done today and have some breaks if you're already busy as well. So yeah, it is a freezing morning here in Kingaroy. Basically, we haven't even gone into double digits yet. We're getting there, but we haven't gone into double digits yet. It was very frosty and icy this morning when I took Narrowly to work. But yes, as I said, we are here for some reading and productivity sprints. I'm also going to first off start off talking about a book that I read that I started last week, or at the beginning of this week. I'm lost what days it is. Before we get into our first sprints. So for those that are new here, welcome to the channel. Thank you very much for stopping by. If you haven't yet done so, hit that subscribe button. And also while you're there, give the video a thumbs up because that helps me get seen in the algorithm. So I'm pretty excited for you to be here and joining me. If you're a returning viewer, welcome back. Thank you so much for coming back again. So hopefully you will get some reading done or some crafting or whatever the case may be. As you can see from my tag down the bottom, I am going to be reading and crafting today. I'm still undecided what I'm going to read first. I think I might go with the Count of Monte Cristo. And get my June reading out of the way, and then I'm going to go to the political drama that I started last night, or not drama, more thriller. It's a bit dramatic at the moment, but it's supposed to be a thriller. So, and then I'll probably swing over to that, which is called While Justice Sleeps, and that was a bingo prompt from Sunday. So if you're wondering what the bingo prompts, if you hear me talk about them, they are on our short shelf, and basically each week we have a prompt that goes live on the short shelf, and then we've got a week to read it. So yeah, that's how the bingo works, and it runs for 12 weeks. We don't have any free spaces. We did miss a week because, yeah, just issues and whatnot. So that was just stuff that happens, life gets in the way, whatever the case may be. So yeah, so today, as I said, I'm going to be reading. I'm also going to be doing some crafting. I'm hanging out in my craft room again today. I've had some mail come in, which would be a second camera for my craft channel, and also the boom that I got for it. So it's a tripod boom style. Excuse me, I've got a very croaky voice. Whenever it's really cold, my voice just doesn't want to work, doesn't like me talking, doesn't like me taking in that cold air. So if my voice suddenly cuts out, you'll know why. All right, so I think it was going to work. I didn't think it was going to work then. So I've got an extra camera for my craft channel, which is excellent. All right, let's see who has joined us. I can see some comments coming in. Let's go back to the beginning. Good morning, Chrissy. Chrissy is doing the school drop-off at the moment. She is here in Australia, so she's down in New South Wales. And Chrissy is a very good online friend. We haven't met in person yet, but it's like we've known each other for a very long time. We hang out quite a bit in Dusty Book Sniffers Discord and all the rest of it. And would you know, like, hold on to your hats, people. I actually put all of my contact details, including my craft channel, underneath this video this morning. Look at me go. I finally got it done. So, yeah, so she is listening as she is driving the kids off to school. We also have Jenny Stitches working today, but is going to be sharing some breaks with me, and there might be some stitching in there too. Awesome. I fixed the comments over on that video too that you were watching this morning. I don't know what YouTube is doing lately, but anytime, and it doesn't happen every single video, just whenever I put a video up every now and again, they disable the comments, and I've checked everything that's right and all that sort of stuff, but they keep disabling it. So I've gone in and fixed that, just trying to keep me on my toes. It's happened 2 other times on my craft channel. It hasn't happened here yet on Dusty Book Sniffers, so it could be just a glitch over there. Also, we have Anne joining us. Good morning, Anne. How are you? Are you nice and rested after your camping trip? I hope you had a great time. It looked like you were having fun, and your puppies were having fun as well. We have Alicia Peacock here at the moment, and she's joining in. She's happy to join in and start reading after being sick. Oh, I hope that you are feeling a lot better than you were. And thank you very much for joining. I don't think I've seen your name here before. I could be wrong. I'm not good with names. So just be aware of that. I'm not great with names. And I may ask you several times before it clicks. Old age and all on that. But welcome. If you are new here, welcome to the channel. I cannot remember. I probably have seen your name before, but I cannot remember whether it was on my speech or on someone else's. So, but anyway, welcome, and I hope you get lots of reading in and you're feeling a lot better. Rolanda is joining us again this morning. It is freezing here. Like, you're warm in comparison to me. We had ice everywhere this morning, and basically it's like, I don't even know, like we were getting close to the double digits. We might be up there now, highly unlikely. At 8 o'clock this morning when I left the house to take Nerale to work, it was 6. Oh, it's just hit 10 degrees. And my house, because it's elevated and all the cold air has gone underneath it, feels like -5. So yeah, it's cold here. I've got like singlet, skivvy, jacket, and I'm still cold. It's yeah. Leandra is at an event, but my notification let me know that you're alive. Couldn't resist saying hi. I will tune in for some good reading when you get home. Awesome. Yeah, because it's in the afternoon for you guys at the moment, isn't it? Like early evening, maybe? Not too sure. So, yeah, it'd be early evening, I assume. So, yeah. You have been looking forward to that mail. Oh, yes. I was just trying to figure out what you were trying to say there. And yes, I have been looking forward to it. And I opened it up and I looked at it and I went, well, that's a little bit fancy. And it's a really solid one. Now I have to work out how to get everything on the screen at the same time. So that's what my weekend is going to be, because it came yesterday afternoon. I had all sorts of internet problems yesterday. They seem to have fixed it. We were able to watch TV last night without it dropping out, which was great. Yeah, so they put a new plug in inside. So yeah, hopefully, fingers crossed that I'm not going to have any internet issues. I was a little bit disappointed. I was so ready for my live stream yesterday. I was up, I was dressed, I had all my ducks in a row. None were missing, none were running off anywhere. And yeah, then the internet decided not working. So yeah, that was fun. All right, Mood Reader is joining us. Hello. Very good. I'll leave a comment there soon. Jenny says, yeah, I don't know what that was. So far, I know, right? Look at me firing on all cylinders. There's a little bit of car reference there. Brendan would be proud that I'm back to being a V8, not a 2-cylinder like it was a couple of weeks ago. Oh my goodness. So yeah, so I am firing on all cylinders, and I still haven't even taken my medication yet. I've got to do that because I was not wanting to get a very reluctant person to get out of bed today, and then I had to go out into the freezing cold to take Nerale to work, and she walked out, she goes, yeah, I need my jumper. Because I mean, she's working around heat and all that sort of stuff, so she doesn't necessarily wear a jumper. And then I'm driving home and I can see like all the high school kids, because right down the road, like a minute down the road from me, there's a primary school and a high school, and the high school kids are walking around in shorts. I'm just like, what are you doing? They made me cold just looking at them. You can tell we don't deal very well with the cold here. The kids are excited to hear you talk about me through the car radio. Hey kids, how you going? Hopefully you're still in the car. And yes, your mum is absolutely fabulous. Be good for her though. And have a fabulous day at school, guys. And learn lots of stuff and have a fabulous time. Okay, Anne was saying that when she was camping, it was -3, and that was a tad cold. Yes, yeah, but you're way down south too. That's not even -3. That's warm in comparison to what it can be down there. I'll tell you a story a bit later about Dharma Jane when we took her to Torquay. And I'll see if I can find the photo and share it with you. The look on her face was funny as, like, oh, if ever a look could kill someone that day. We were at 8 degrees this morning and we are currently at 14, but the house still feels cold and wanting the sun to warm it up quickly. Yeah, the sun just doesn't seem to have any bite in it at the moment. So yeah, Good morning, Amy, or good evening. So it is 25 degrees this evening in the States. Lovely weather. That is where I live in winter. We can get up to that in winter. So like we might start out really cold and have really cold overnight temperatures, but during the day we get up to about that. So for the last week we've been swinging between 19 and 24 degrees. So yeah, the other day I walked out, like it was really cold in the house, and I walked outside and I'm like, oh, it's a bit hot out here. Compared to the house, it was hot. And Chris is also joining us again this morning. I am doing well. How are you? I hope that you are doing very well as well. And I hope everybody is having a fabulous evening or morning. So our sprints today are going to run as usual, 15:45. At lunchtime, we will have an hour sprint so I can have something to eat and just take a bit of a chill. We are going to be on for 8 hours today. I will have to be off by 5:15 because that's when I've got to go. I've actually got to go and pick up Lee, and we're going off to do some plant shopping and stuff. So yeah, she's been hanging out all week to go and do that. So I said, I promise I will be off by 5:15, so I will come and pick you up. So basically that's the plan today. So as I said, we will do 15:45. Our first chatty bit usually goes for a little bit longer. I have not been doing videos and all the rest of it. So right now I'm going to talk about this book that I started on Monday. It's called The Language of Food. It's by Annabelle Abes, and it was based on a true story. And basically Eliza Acton is actually a person, and it is in a dual narrative. So first person narrative, we have Anne and we have Eliza. Now Eliza is a poet, and she's had some tragedy in her past, and she has put all her time and energy into her poetry, and basically so that's what she's sort of done. And then she's spent a whole heap of time writing poetry, goes to a publisher, and they say, no, we don't want your poetry. Ladies have no business doing poetry. It's set in the 1800s, around 1855. I think it was 35, sorry. And basically the publisher says, you need to go off and write a cookery book. And then that basically goes over the next 10 years. She meets Anne. Anne is essentially a destitute. She has a mother that is classed as a lunatic, but she was actually suffering from dementia. And her father is an alcoholic and only has one leg, and they're quite destitute, paupers essentially. And the reverend of her community basically gets her a job working with Eliza, and she ends up in the kitchen and forming a friendship with her, and the story just ensues from that. And so it goes through how a lot of recipes, because it's based on a true story, and it's telling you how recipes used to be written. Like there was no weights or measurements or anything like that. It was just like word of mouth, or they were scribbled down, and you didn't know how much nutmeg to put in and all that sort of stuff. So Eliza Acton actually spent 10 years of her life testing all of these recipes and everything. And the reason that she ended up doing that was because she was refused her poetry publication. Even though she had been published before and had actually sold a lot of copies, it was like 630 copies of her poetry. Her cookbook ended up selling 125,000 copies, and that's all in the historical notes in the back of the book. It is actually, I was really surprised. I was not sure about this book when I picked it up. I'm like, it was cheap, and that's why I got it. But I was really, really surprised, and I liked, like a lot of historical fiction, you usually get a dual timeline, but this one actually has a dual narrative, which I really liked. It was quite refreshing to read that, because we were swinging between Anne's perspective and how she's seen things, and how Eliza was seeing things, and how they grew together, and how they come to understand each other's where they were coming from and all that sort of stuff. I won't spoil it. I won't, like, if you like this sort of stuff, the historical fiction, and you like learning about something that is actually fact, then without having to read a non-fiction, then this book will definitely be for you. The Anne character and her family the author actually said that they are all fictitious, but Eliza Acton is actually based on a real life character, and some of the names and places that are mentioned in this are also real and existed, and she gives you further reading such as Eliza Acton's poetry, also further reading on the Kent lunatic asylum, because that's what it's called. And yeah, so there's some heavy reading if you do some further reading, especially on the lunatic asylum and what they actually did and stuff like that. And yeah, so good book. I gave it 4.5 stars. But that's all I'm going to review on that. But yeah, so The Language of Love by Annabelle Ade. She did a fabulous job. I think she's a great writer. It was a quick read too, and the all the chapters in it are dishes. So orange, flour, macaroons. There's mincemeat pudding, and if you've got any sort of English heritage or anything like that, a lot of the recipes will spark a little memory or something like that. Your grandmother might have made them and stuff like that. When she finally did publish the book, in the author's note, she sold over 125,000 copies of it, and it was in publication for quite some time, and then they republished it in 1966, and it's been on and off. It's been republished, and there was also a little bit of a snippet about there was a mention of Mrs. Beeton, and in the back, it tells you, doesn't really go into detail about Mrs. Beeton, but it goes into detail in the author's notes about how Mrs. Beeton actually, she took all of Eliza's recipes and plagiarized them, and all she did was move the ingredients from the bottom of the recipe to the top, and that's how we get our recipes today. So that is the only thing that stuck around, but it was ended up being proven that she did plagiarize, and yeah, there was a whole thing, and there's a whole lot of stuff. I listened to this on audio as well as read along with it. The audio did not have all those historical facts in it, like some books do, and some books don't on audio. This one, it did not, so you won't actually get that information. And I listened to it, it was on script, so yeah. But I highly recommend grabbing the book. Like I picked this up on special at one of our big box stores here, and I think it was like $10 on that, so well worth it. And it'll be staying on my shelf because I'm going to, because Savannah's quite interested in cooking and stuff like that, so I think that she'll thoroughly enjoy that. All right, so that was just my quick little review because I haven't had time to film any videos, and I know I still have not done my vlog from May. I am going to get onto that. It is on the top of my list to do on Monday. I'm taking the weekend off because I've had a huge week. We're back to comments again. I am reading by audio and stitching. That is awesome. Two birds. I love it, love it, love it. And Rolanda's saying to Amy, 25 degrees, that is a beautiful temp. Yeah, we get pretty high. I get up into like 35, 40, 41. So yeah. Paula is dropping in to say hi before she's off to bed. So hi and bye. Happy reading. Oh, she's in the UK, I believe. So that's why, because it's pretty, I think it's close to midnight there right now. Amy is saying to Rolanda, it's her ideal temp. I had having the windows closed, and 25 is neither too hot nor too cold. No, it is actually the perfect temp. If I could sit at 25 all the time, I'd be really happy. And Rolanda's saying the same thing. I'm standing in front of the iron to warm up. That's the best comment of today so far. Love it. Absolutely love it. Excuse me. Yet this morning we had to go out and feed the little kittens, and because we've got 5 little kittens here, and yeah, so basically we went out to feed them, and then we've come back inside, and I've got a little heater that I put in out because we've only got a small bathroom, so it heats up pretty quick, but we've got 12-foot ceilings as well. So we put the heater in there to warm up, so when we have a shower, we're not like coming out with icicles hanging off our eyebrows. So yeah, we came back in, and both Nerily and I walked into the bathroom and stood in front of the heater, because the only place I really run a heater during the day is out here where I'm working. There's no point in having it in the house, but we put the little one in the bathroom. And Jenny's laughing at that as well. And Zara has joined us having breakfast before heading off to work. Yes, it's very early for you. It's only 7 o'clock for you, isn't it? 7:15. All right, we have got to the end of the comments. I am going to go and make a cuppa, take my medication that I forgot to take this morning. And I'm going to do a little bit of diamond painting. We're going to do a 45-minute sprint. And so yeah, and we'll come back and have a little bit of a chit chat. I do have a new layout today, so we're going to go with that. I haven't got a background done yet. I'll sort that out another day, but it looks like a little bit of a sunrise and a sunset there. Alrighty, so and Relance's saying, so her plans is to do a load of washing, sewing, stitching, finishing a birthday present, cleaning up, and putting away my op shop purchases. You've been op shopping again, girl. You'll have to show us some of your purchases over in the Facebook group. All right, so we are set up, as I said, for 45 minutes. Let me start that timer. Now there should be an alarm that comes on for that. Let me just pause that for a second because I have not done what I was supposed to do. It's very cozy, a bit of a storm happening. No, it's not raining outside, but anyway, you get the drift. All right, happy reading, everybody, and I'll see you all soon. everybody. How did we all go? Hit the wrong button then, sorry. Screen jumping around everywhere. How did everybody go? Let me see where we are. I got 2 chapters read or listened to in the Council of Manifesto, and I'm almost finished my section from yesterday. I'm running a little bit behind on my diamond painting. And myself a cuppa as well, put a load of washing on, which was good. So thanks for the reminder there, Rolanda, a little bit earlier. Where were we up to? Let me just see comments. Hey Pat, how you going? Thank you for joining. I hope that you're getting some reading in as well. And oh, thank you. Pat's letting everybody know to hit that or smash that like button. I'd really appreciate it if you did do that. That'd be absolutely fabulous. We had a few people join during those that sprint as well. So if you didn't know from the title, we are going to be here for 8 hours today, and just the schedule is we're going to do 15:45, and then at lunchtime, so in a couple of hours, we'll do a 1 hour sprint, so you can go and grab yourself something to eat and all that sort of stuff. So it is a long day without having any, like a little bit bigger break. So, and that'll give me a chance to do a few things around the house as well. What else do we have here? Bit much to do a nudie run from the bathroom to the craft room to oh goodness. It cracked me up. Oh dear me. All right, what else? A mental image. Thanks for that. That was awesome. Pat's reminding us to hydrate. That is very important. Even if you're in a cold climate, you still need to drink. I realized the other day, I can tell, like when I look at the back of my hands, if I haven't had enough to drink. Because I have really, really dry skin, so if I have to drink all the time, otherwise I get really sore skin. So yeah, so thank you for the reminder. And like I forget to always drink in winter, but I've managed to find my big bottle which has 2 litres in it. So I didn't get through it yesterday. That's all I drank yesterday, and I've had a glass of water this morning, so I'm going to fill that up and then try and get through that today. So yeah, I've got to keep reminding myself, and that having that sitting in front of me, especially when I'm down here, like stitching and all that sort of stuff, it's good to have something that is very right there in your face. It's picking up. So yeah. Hello, Camilla. Thank you for joining. And you're reading Orange Marmalade Murder by Summer Prescott. You're not getting through that series. I am pretty keen to start reading that series. I just want to get a couple more books finished. I've added it to my wish list. I've got a wish list that I put all the cozies series that I want to read, and yeah, so I put that in. I think it was on Monday. I put it into the wish list. So I'm pretty happy that I've got quite a few there, because Chrissy and I, over in the Discord, we Chrissy Stitches, who is in the comments right now, we have a cozy read that we do, and we pick a series and we read it over the year. We also do that with our craft group as well. So basically this year we're reading Stitches in Crime, which I'm thinking that I might not read while Justice sleeps. I might end up listening to that because I just found it on Scribes the other week, so I might end up listening to it. I'll see how I go. So because I started while Justice sleeps last night, and it's a political thriller, and it's just not my bag. So I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to get into it. So I mean, I think I'm only 30 pages in, and someone's already in a coma, and someone's been knocked off, and there's a mysterious dude. Yeah, and it's like I feel like it's predictable. Like I think that's why I don't like reading them. Miranda's saying that she has. Oh, okay, cool. She popped up the pics of the description in the op shop in the Facebook group. I think that was the only thing I didn't put under this video was the link to the Facebook group. I will get onto that. Courtney also joined us in that sprint as well. Hello. Have you finished your sprints? I thought you went a little bit longer than that. Awesome. I didn't get on this morning. It was far too cold to come out where my computer was, and I had my phone on charge because because I have to film, so I had to have my phone fully charged. So yeah, I'm just doing my diamond painting at the moment, and I'm just filming a little bit each day. And I've already filmed. I think I can stop that because I've filmed 20 minutes of it. So, and then I decided this week I'm actually going to take a photo when I complete each section, and then after the little bit of me doing it, then I'll put a photo up. So yeah. All right. So Talia also joined us while we're on that sprint. Hey, all, just finished filming my cooking for the first, myself cooking for the first time, and I just wanted to say so much harder than sitting and talking about books. It might be my first and last attempt. No, give it another go. The first one, just remember your very first booktube video, how awkward it was. Your first one of anything is always awkward. So at the end of the day, keep going. Like it's different. People are going. I can't wait to see it. Like I want to do the same thing for the Read Around the World challenge, and I've just been so slow. But I am getting on top of everything, and I've got little systems in place now, so I should be able to get that. As I said last time, I have to get lights for in the kitchen because my kitchen is so dark. You think that it would make it better, but it doesn't because like I've got two lights. I think I need another two lights, and then I'll be right. Because I've only got a small overhead light in the kitchen, and then I've got off to the side over the kitchen sink where I'm obviously not going to cook. There's two down lights which are a lot brighter, but they don't project the light far enough across the kitchen. So if I get with two lights, it's okay, but it looks like I'm filming on a dodgy camera. With four lights, I think it would be okay. Because they say if you struggle with lighting and stuff like that, you should darken everything around you, like stop natural light from coming in, and the lighting will be better. I don't have any natural light coming in apart from the door, but where I'm cooking, it's quite dark, and like turned all the overhead lights off. So I've got to get more lights, but I can't wait to see it. That's awesome. You're doing much better at it than me. Is all I can say. Got an hour left on Cutter's End. It's really good. Giving me oh really? Okay. I liked the dry. Is it as good or better? If it's better, I'm all over that. I believe I've got that. I'll have to look in my Audible. I believe I've got that in my Audible, so I might have to go and listen to that because the dry was good. Like I really liked it. So the dry is by Jane Harper for anybody that doesn't know, and I read that as part of my Read Around the World challenge for Australia, and I actually read that and Force of Nature. The dry was better than Force of Nature, but they were still like they were still good. Like I thoroughly enjoyed them. So yeah, and PK Madsen has finished The Fourth Wing. Did you like it? A lot of excuse me, I'm seeing that everywhere at the moment. A lot of people are reading that. It's wild. Like so many people are reading it. And we're saying hello. Reading an arc of Prom Mum. The male protagonist voted for the same presidential candidate in the 2020 US election. I did. Okay. Okay. There you go. I don't follow any politics, so I can't. I actually don't know who you're talking about. Um, all right, just finished. Take a hike from Minnie Grace. Saying hello back. Um, perfect timing. Got the craft room cleaned up and washing done. Put away the op shop stuff. Now ready to start creating things. What are you creating today? Are you still making project bags and stuff? If you are, which ones are you making? Because we've been having private chats about that. Even a cup of tea or coffee is hydrating. We do forget. So intrigued by the book. Right. Oh gosh, what is going on here? It's vibrating. Sorry. My comments started doing this. Things are very difficult to read. What else we got? We've got Cajun Peach has also joined us. We had a hydration workshop at our work, and we all picked a goal for how many ounces of water to drink each day for a 6-week period. Yeah, I try to get as much in. Like this is, I think this is like a 2 liter. I don't know what that is in gallons, but or ounces, but I believe this is a 2 liter. Does it say on the bottom? No. Does it say on the top? No. But I believe it's a 2 liter. Like it holds a ton of water, and this is my I don't know if you can see that. It's got like a ridge on it. This is where I absolutely must get to every day. If I can get down to and finish it, even better. But this is my daily goal, which is about, I think it's about a litre and a half. Any more than that, I start to feel like a bit sick in the stomach. And you shouldn't drink way too much water because you dilute your electrolytes, which presents a whole lot of other problems and whatnot. You can get hospitalized if you drink too much water. So having a good balance is a really good thing too. Camilla's saying hello to Talia, and Chrissy says the sound is a bit funny. I think we can still hear the ambient sound of the storm. Okay, so my sound is funny. Okay. No, I've got the sound turned off on that, so you shouldn't be able to hear that. Oh, you know what you can hear? I know what you can hear. My sound. There we go. I'll turn that off. Is that better? Sorry about that. Oh, dearie me. All right. Hopefully that stopped the sound. I forgot to turn it off there. There we go. All right. You know, being a rookie and all. Sorry about that. Oh, what are you going to read next, Pat? Okay, so Talia was saying the kitchen lighting was much harder than I thought it would be, and the camera angles. We will see if I can magically edit something good into it. Do you know what I got the other day? And I think it was 118 Australian. I'll just go grab it. It might work for you. So I think it was I think it was 118 Australian. Okay, but it is a tabletop. It holds an iPad, but it also holds a camera as well. Like it's got a to screw into the bottom of your camera, and you can get like little if you use your mobile phone, you can get mobile phone ones, but it's spring loaded and you can change it, and so you can get overhead as well. So it hangs upside down, so you can have that hanging there, but you can get mobile ones that you can put on so you can fit your mobile phone in, and it clamps, like it's got a really good clamping system, and it opens up quite wide, and it just screws off and then you put it on. So I got this the other day. It was $118, but it'll be good for my other new webcam that I got. So yeah, so maybe if you got something like that, I also got that one because I figured, well, if I can, and it also comes with an attachment to hold an iPad as well. So maybe look into something like that. It might help because then you can get overhead. You don't have to worry about angles and all that sort of stuff. Or there's this one. This one was a little bit dearer. Let me just bring the screen up a bit larger so I can see what I'm looking at. So this one here, this has got a base on it, and it just sits over the table, so you've got a base. I still have to put some weight on it, but it goes up higher and all that sort of stuff as well. So maybe try that, see if that works for you. Sometimes you've got, that's the only major investment when I first started doing my craft channel. This was the major investment. I had my phone, I knew I could film with that, but getting the right camera angle, this was at like 180 Australian. I wouldn't, and that was like 5 years ago, so I don't know how much it is now, but it was well worth the money. And a friend of mine wanted to start doing stitch with me's and stuff like that, or she was doing stitch with me's but wanted something to have a camera overhead, and she got it as well, and she said it was really good. She finds it a lot easier to work with, so yeah. But you should go again for sure. I will let you know if it's as good as the dry when I get to the end. Awesome. I'm reading it because everybody's talking about it. On Sprints on Monday, I volunteered to read it so the group wouldn't have to at 80%, and 3.5 stars. What one are you reading again? I've already forgotten. I'll go back up here and have a look. Finishing the Fourth Wing. Yeah, like everybody, absolutely everybody is talking about it or reading it, and yeah, so interesting. I didn't vote for the guy who won or for the incumbent. It was surprising that he voted for the third party candidate. Almost no one votes for a third party. Okay, cool. I don't understand, like, I only have enough bandwidth to understand Australians' politics. And every time I try to understand how it all works for you guys, I'm like, this is hard. I don't think I have the bandwidth for politics, but anyway, it is what it is. Yeah, so I get confused over how many times like you're all voting and stuff like that. Like we have state vote, local voting, which is our council, which takes care of our towns or our shire. And then we've got state voting, and then we've got federal voting, and they happen at all different times. It's not like, it's sort of the same as you guys, but I just don't understand all the bells and whistles of your political system is the word I'm looking for. Oh my God. Words. Had a phone call, but the tracking spreadsheet they gave us for us or hydration kept motivated, drink and fill it out. Awesome. That's good. Because a lot of people don't, like they'll have 1 or 2 glasses, but you need so much more. Rolanda is finishing off project bags for a friend's birthday and then making a cross stitch a card for them. I know who that's for. I bet I can guess. I won't say anything. I would compare it to Hunger Games, Divergent, and The Court of Thrones and Roses. Okay, that's good. I have not read any of those books, but I have seen lots of reviews and all the rest of it, so I get the comparison. That's awesome. I read a lot of back catalogue stuff. I mean, I know that those books are all back catalogue, but I've been reading a lot of back catalogue stuff, and they're, I don't know, I just don't know whether I'd want to read them or whether I enjoy those. Like Hunger Games, I've seen the movies, I have no desire to read the book. Divergent, I've heard good things about, and the same as is it ACOTAR, is that what they call it? Yeah, I've heard good things about that as well, but I'm not sure whether because it's a series, so I'm not sure whether I want to start another series just yet. So yeah. And Chrissy's saying yes, that's much better. Sorry about that. The volume, yeah, it was picking it up. Normally it doesn't matter because I've got the forest, and I'm thinking that I'm actually going to change it because I didn't really like the sound of that. It sounded all right, but I think I might just go back to my autumn one, and we'll have that one instead. So let me just go to my spaces. I know I've saved it, so I know exactly where it is. We'll bring it up. So you shouldn't be able to hear that one because I had that on Monday and it didn't come through. So that's better with the sound. I thought it was just at my end. Sorry about that. I knew that with rain you've got to pause that sound, and I forgot to do it. So I do apologise. So now you'll just hear a bird chirping every now and again, and the wind rustling, but it won't be very loud. So yeah, sorry about that. Yes, need that. Yeah, on Amazon, hun, and yeah, just go and have a look. There's different ones. This particular one, I don't think it has a brand. It is an Archon. So ARKON, Archon stand, tripod stand, mobile phone, and it is for mobile phones. It doesn't come with any extra fittings. It is just for that. Yeah, so basically, go and have a look and see if it's what you're looking for, basically. Tell me the first initial of the name, A, and I'll let you know if you're right. It may not be the first person you think of. I think it's A. Yeah. Oh, it might be G too. Um, yeah. Oh, maybe no. Maybe K. Because the three birthdays are coming up. So I mostly read historical mysteries, regular mysteries, some sci-fi, romance, and fantasy. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm pretty much the same. I don't read a lot of sci-fi. I am very, very eclectic in my reading. So I read anything from Victorian literature and earlier right up to new releases and whatnot. So just recently, if you're new to my channel, just recently I just read all of the new releases that got submitted for the Women's Prize for Fiction. There were 16 on the long list, and I read all of those. So yeah, the first one was A that I thought of, Belinda. So yeah, yeah. So basically, I read a lot of different stuff. Political thrillers are not my jam. I have read a few, but they're not the first sort of thing that I gravitate towards. I'm just not a political person. I don't want to read and all the rest of it. So yeah. Um, so yeah, so basically that's sort of where I'm at. And sci-fi I really struggle with, and sci-fi dystopian I struggle with as well. I do read it, but very rarely. Um, and PK is just saying she forgot to introduce herself, and she's from Montana. So welcome. Thank you for being here. I really do appreciate it. Oh, jumped again. Whew, jumping. PK, hello from Ohio. Amy is saying. I thought it was. um, and G is coming soon. Kay got hers yesterday. Cool. Awesome. um, yeah, it's all right. We won't let the cat out of the bag. You might want to tell Jenny to keep quiet too, because she knows all of it as well. So yeah, all right. We have got to the end of the comments. So and you have to. It's secret squirrel time. Bust out your briefcase and secret squirrel it. We are going to go to another sprint, and I'm going to go this way this time. We are back to our lovely little autumn scenery. That seems to be a fave. We can swap it up. We might have a beach next time. You know, we'll do all the seasons, shall we? Alrighty. So I've just got to reset that time, and then we're going to do another 45. So we'll probably do 3 45-minute ones, and then we'll have an hour one, if that's okay with everybody. I'm going to get back to my diamond painting, and I'll see you all in 45. Hello, welcome back. All right, something great. That 45 minutes went so quickly between phone calls, messaging, checking Etsy because there was some issue with my bank account and we had to re-verify it. It's taken like a week and a bit, and they deactivated my shop. I didn't even realise. So that's all sorted out, and I was just updating my list. I still have a lot of stuff to do, but I did finish my section for the diamond painting for yesterday because I'm a bit behind. So some of you have seen this before, but it is absolutely massive. But we have an eye. So yeah. So she's coming together, and we've got a lot more of the dragon now as well. So all of that, and we've done his little chest. So yeah, so today I've got to do, like I'll do this tonight, I'll do half of this section tonight on that, but I don't have much more to go until I roll it up. And over the weekend I tend to get a little bit more, but that's all I've really got left to do now is what's covered. So that's not too bad. I'll probably be finished this before the end of the month, give or take. So yeah, it's come together really, really nicely. I'm absolutely loving all the colours in it as well. So yeah, not only do you get books here for those that are new, you get craft too. But yeah, I love it. It looks good. I absolutely love it. I've been taking some really nice pictures as well. So yeah, I'm now stopping doing that. And the next thing that I'm going to work on is my sashiko. Get my borders onto that. So I'll be doing some hand sewing and whatnot. And yeah, I was just talking to my husband and all that sort of stuff too. So yeah. All right, where was we up to with the comments? All right, let me just move that out of the way. That's fine there. So I'm going to pull it stuck again. Courtney is watching some TV and that. So yeah. And Jenny was saying that 15-minute chatty bit was quite quick, and she loves the new scene. Hopefully you can hear it okay. I don't have it up too loud and there's no noise or anything like that. Some of the messages that I sent were to Rolanda and to Jenny, because Jenny's like, I have no idea what Rolanda's talking about. Can you message her and tell her? So secret's safe. Jenny's got no idea what's going on. So it's all good. And yeah, so there was a lot of messaging and stuff that it was quick. It's actually amazing how much time I can fritter away quickly. Yeah, like it is. Hey, like until you start doing these sprints, you don't realize that, okay, I just spent 45 minutes scrolling on my phone, or I just spent 45 minutes getting a cover. But I also listened to a couple of more chapters in the Count of Monte Cristo. I have no idea where I'm up to, but I am going to, while I'm talking to you, I'm going to mark where I'm up to because I want to move on to other books today. So I have to read up to the end of chapter 60, and then that will be June's requirement. So lucky these have names on them because my book does not match with the chapters. So I'm up to chapter 54 and I'm about halfway through that. So yeah, so I'm going to keep listening until I get up to chapter 60. They're quite long at the moment, so hopefully I will get a little bit more done. And I'm listening to it at a 1.9 speed because I'm a little bit tired this morning, so it was seeming like it was droning on, so I sped it up a bit. Keep me engaged. It's not that it's a boring story. It's just if it's slow, it'll put me to sleep. You'll come back from sprints after 45 minutes if you've walked away from the computer, and here I am snoring. All right, so how did everybody else go? Did you get your reading done? Did you get some stuff done? Or did you just waste the time? Or what did you do? Then he's saying Clear's from blonde. No, you're not. It just weren't in the loop. That's all that was. So So yeah, clueless at all. Oh my goodness. In case you didn't know, Jenny and I actually know each other quite well, and Rolanda as well. There's a lot of people here that I actually know in person, and we've gone to crafting retreats and stuff together. So Chrissy is almost at the end of her book, loving it. Already looking for the next two in the series. See, that's another series. I just have to resign the fact that these days, instead of people putting out big books, they just do series. And I just have to treat them like they're a big book. And yeah. Marty is joining us. Good morning, Marty, or good evening, no matter where you are. I think you're at your son's place. That's right. We were having a conversation over on my craft channel. So Marty is actually reading Faithless by Karen Slaughter, and also cross stitching. Awesome. What are you cross stitching today? Did you tell me tube the other day? I think you did. I don't know. I can't remember now. But yeah. So hopefully you're enjoying your time with your son as well, and you're obviously listening to your book, which is great. I'm all for the audio book. A couple of years ago, not so much an audio book person, but these days I love it because I can get so much more done. I love nothing more than sitting down with a book and reading, especially in winter. I sort of go into my room and I just create myself a little nest in my bed with all my pillows, and I have a big pile of books, and I generally read them. And yeah, so it's good that now I have an audio, because I can put the heater on, come out here and get some stuff done. So yeah, I put up a floss tube today on my craft channel, and like I've got to do some stitching on it today. But for those that don't know, I do a cross stitch with me on a Friday on my craft channel, or a Thursday evening, and this is what I was working on. Where's the camera? I always get confused with the camera. So I'm down here working on this little house. I should have that finished by the end of next week, if not before that. It's just coming along so quickly. And then I'll be moving the scroll bar, and I'll look at the back and I go, oh, God, that's a dog's breakfast, mate. That is a dog's breakfast. So yeah. All right. Okay, Alicia is saying that Making a Big Dent in Gunkel, a great book, FYI, from USAPA. I attend sprints on some other channels. That is probably how you know my name. I'm enjoying your sprints, so we'll attend again. Thank you very much. That is probably how I do know your name, because your name popped up and I'm like, I've seen that name before. Where have I seen that name before? And it would be in sprints, because when I'm not doing sprints myself, I do, because I work from home, and sometimes it gets a little bit lonely here, because Nigel, no friends. No, because I'm working, and I don't really socialize much during the week. So it's good. I can get onto sprints, and I can hop around doing the sprints with all the different channels, and I can pretty much find something to get me through a whole day, especially if I'm not feeling very productive and I'm procrastinating a little bit. I'll go looking for sprints, and then I'll just use them to work, and then I'll stop, and I get so much more done, and I cross things off my list and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. So I'm glad that you're enjoying them, and I'm glad that you'll want to come back again. This month we have them on Monday, Sunday evening, and Friday, Thursday evening. Friday morning, and then Thursday evening for those in the US or the Northern Hemisphere. Sometimes it's early hours of the morning as well, if you're in the UK and some parts of Europe. So yeah, I'm glad that you're making a big dent in your reading as well. That's always good. Yes, that went quick. I got a few things done, but I'm yet to start the sewing machine. Only a few minutes and I'll be firing her up. Yeah. Yeah. It's quite funny. When I think that I'm going to get to something, I'll get interrupted by 5 or 6 phone calls before I even get there, and all the rest of it. So this next sprint, I'm working on one of my sashiko pieces. I'm not filming this one. I'm just going to be working on it. But sneak peek for those crafty peeps that follow me. Look what's almost finished. So this is a Sashiko Borrow piece that I was working on finishing off this week. So I had to get a whole heap down here for this this top row here. The green and also the red here had to be stitched. So I got all that stitched down and I'm up to adding borders on. So that's what my next job is to do, get the borders onto that. And we have a side stitching Saturday going up on the craft channel tomorrow as well. So yeah, but you'll actually get, because I'll finish it here and you'll get a sneak peek. And obviously it'll make an appearance over in the Patreon as well on Monday, so you get to see it before everybody else even. And then what else do I have to do today? I have to organise the shorts for Sunday. I'm on it, Chrissy. They'll be there for you. I don't know what happened to the stitching one last week. It was I don't know. I uploaded it. It was already uploaded, and I press play. Like once they're uploaded, I'll press play on them to make sure that everything's gone right, because I've been caught out before, where it sounded really tinny or whatever. And like when I clicked it on my computer, it worked fine. When I clicked it on YouTube, it was not working. Like it was like I was talking underwater or something like that. So I deleted it and re-uploaded it, and I went, that's better. So yeah, that worked better. And I also have to yeah, I got to do some secret stitching, which I won't be able to show you. So but I'll probably do that a bit later, if not tomorrow. But yeah, I've got a few things. I have a live stream on a craft channel tomorrow night at 10 p.m. my time, which is 8 a.m. where I think he's in Virginia. He asked me to be on his channel as a guest, and it's the guy who sews. His name's Sean. And anyway, my to-do list for tomorrow, 10 p.m. live stream at the top of the list at 10 p.m. So I'm starting my day at 10 p.m. obviously. At 4 p.m. though, I'm taking a nap. Because I'm normally in bed at 10 o'clock reading in my little nest and all the rest of it. So yeah. That's on the list tomorrow, to craft all day and take a nap. Good day. Obviously I'll do some listening as well. I also have to load a quilt up today as well, but I'll do that later on tonight. That'll take me 5 minutes to load that up, and then I'll start quilting that tomorrow morning and get that sorted by Monday morning, and then she'll be able to pick it up on Wednesday. So yeah, there's a lot of craft happens here, as well as a lot of reading. Renetta's saying I've sewn 2 inches worth. Yay, I've made a start. That's all that matters, right? That is all that matters for sure. All right, well, we are at the end of the comments, and we've only got a minute to go with the chatty period. So we might go to A45, and then I think that's the third 45, isn't it? Yeah. So we're at 3, and yeah, and then it'll be after lunchtime, and then we can have an hour sprint after the next one, and yeah, we'll do that. All right, let me just reset this. Go to that, start that. It's a process. It's definitely a process. We'll go to this one. All right, I am going to cut some fabric, and I'll see you in 45. All right. Hello, everybody. How did we all go with that sprint? I have this whole piece that I'm doing is all by hand. So yeah, I've stitched on the end. Excuse me. I've sewn two borders together, two pieces together for the long border, and I sewed the other end on, and I just started sewing the long end. So yeah, I got a fair bit done in that. Prepped all my fabrics and everything, so that was good. Yeah, so now all I need to do is stitch it, and then I'm not sure what I'm going to put on the back, how I'm going to finish it. I'm going to have a look and see what fat quarters I've got to put on the back. If not, I've got some dress linen there that I could possibly use for the back, which is like a creamy sort of colour, so that should work pretty good for that. Yeah, it is coming together. So for the next sprint that we have is going for an hour, and I'm going to have lunch and everything and take a break from crafting for my lunch break, but it will be in the sprint after that, it'll be all finished. So yeah, I think that border looks really good on it. And basically this whole piece will be done all by hand. No sewing machine won't touch this at all. So on my Patreon channel for the craft channel, I have a new class called Finishing Class. So I'll probably film how I'm finishing it and whatnot, because I'm going to turn it into a quilted piece. So it's a little bit more substantial, because right now it's substantial, but it could do with a little bit more padding. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put some I've got some cotton fleece there that I'm going to use, and yeah, and then I'll do a finishing class, so you'll get to see how it's actually finished over on Patreon. In the next month or so, I'll get that done and all the rest of it. Today, just basically, I just want to get the top done and sort out what backing I'm going to use and all that sort of stuff. So, how did all the readers go? Did you get some reading done? I got another 2 chapters done, so I'm up to chapter 56, I think, and I just started, I think it said. So yeah, I've only got 4 more chapters to go. So I'll probably get, I won't do any reading the next sprint, because as I said, I'm going to have lunch and whatnot and hang out some washing. And yeah, and just have a break from listening and whatnot. And then I'll come back. And then the crafting sessions this afternoon and reading sessions, I'll probably get Count of Monte Cristo finished. And then, yeah, and then I can move on to the next one. So, yeah, I'm really happy with this. Like, considering I just seen a table runner that they were supposedly had kits with at Indigo Niche, and they didn't have any kits, so I just bought some fabric and did it myself. So yeah, it's only taking me 10 months to do, but it's all done by hand, and I haven't worked on it on every one. All right, so Rolanda said, I was going to ask if you had a nap scheduled in. Yes, I do. For tomorrow, I do, because I've got that live stream. Jenny is saying that the piece is looking fabulous. Thank you very much. It is coming along nicely. I'm pretty happy with it. Actually, in the last probably 6 weeks, I've got a fair bit of stuff finished. Like, I fully finished some cross stitch stuff, and I did another fully finish on a pillow that I did a finishing class for, and then this one I finished in Sashiko. So I'm on a roll. On a roll for sure. And Courtney is getting ready for bed. It's getting late for you, hon. I thought you would have already been fast asleep, but anyway. And Chrissy has finished clothes, and yay! And you should read it. I'm thinking you got it at the op shop hall or the markets. Actually, I think you might be right. I think I got it in that when I went to that book fest here. So I think you might be actually right, hun. Yeah, I'll have to have a look when I go for lunch. I'll have lunch and hang out the washing, and if I've got time before the next chatty bit, I'll yeah, I'll I think I did. Oh, excuse me. My neighbours were partying last night. I still went to sleep though, but I didn't sleep very restful. I have the weirdest dreams. Like, that's what I get for eating just before I go to bed though. Remember when you were a kid and your mum says you can't eat before you go to bed, you have bad dreams? She was right. I don't have bad dreams. I just have weird dreams. Like, it was so weird. But anyway, yeah. Um, um, I'm always all right. Ask my husband. No, that's me. Sorry. I remember one time I asked I've got my own power tools here because I use like drills and all that sort of stuff, and I've got drawers with power tools in them. Anyway, I come out here and my drill was missing, right? And I'm like, bet you any money Brendan's to it. Like, see, he's taken my drills that many times. I now have 3 drills because they've all come back, right? So anyway, this one day, I'm like ripping this place apart looking for this drill. I needed it to create, because I use the drills to create, like for power tools to put things together, but to also create twists for my finishing and stuff like that. With when I get floss, I wrap them together, or if I'm using fine macrame cord or something like that. Anyway, this one day, and I'm looking at everyone. He goes, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm looking for my drill." I'm like, "You've got it, haven't you?" He goes, "No, I don't. I don't have it." Anyway, I said, "I bet you do have it." Anyway, I said, "Go and have a look." Anyway, I'm following him around, nagging his backside and all the rest of it. And he goes up to his car, and like he looks through his shed. He goes, "No, it's not here." He looks in another place. "No, it's not here." He's got tools everywhere. We've got 2 sheds, and there's tools in both of them. And this was before we had the workshop. Anyway, he had the car parked up the back. And I said to him, I said, "I'm pretty sure that you were using it in the car." He goes, "No, I wasn't. I didn't use it at all." Anyway, marches himself up. Like, he was adamant that he did not have this drill. He gets up to the car, he opens up the back door, he sticks his head in. I'm standing a little ways from him. He leans in and then he turns around really quick and goes, "How many times I've told you that you're always right?" And handed me the drill. And I'm like, scared the hell out of me. But I'm like, "That's right, and don't you forget it. I'm always right." But yeah. um, but he always takes my stuff. Like, dude, you've got enough of your own tools. Don't be lazy. Just because you know where mine live, because I put mine back, it doesn't mean you can come and use my tools. And now, if he likes it, if he borrows something, I'll follow him. Can I have my drill back? Can I have my jigsaw back? But the other day, I went in, and speaking of the jigsaw, and the jigsaw was gone. He goes, "Oh, don't you have a jigsaw?" And I went, "No, you took it, obviously, because it's not there." Um, Courtney was saying, "I fell asleep before, but my bedtime is in 20 minutes. You must be tired. You should just go to have a sleep. Go to bed a little bit early. Relax before you go to sleep." Giga is here. Hello, everybody. She says, "Next sprint, I'll start the 4th wing." Yes, we were talking about this earlier. It seems like everybody is reading this book. I have no idea what it's about. I generally don't end up jumping onto really popular books. Sometimes I do, but very rarely. And Jenny is saying, "I have done enough work now. I'll be stitching in the next sprint." Excellent. Well, the next sprint is our lunch break for those in Aussie, and bedtime, obviously, for some that are in the Northern Hemisphere. So for our lunch break, I generally do an hour. That gives me time to do a couple of things and just gives me a good break and all the rest of it. Courtney is saying, "I always have a cup of tea before bed. Bad because I get up to pee, but I enjoy the tea." Yeah, there's always that, like, do I or don't I? But yes, it's always nice to have a nice cup of tea before you go to bed. I like to have a chai tea before I go to bed, loaded with cinnamon and nutmeg and all the Indian spices and that. It's really, really nice. Just get a pre-made one, but I do have a recipe there for I did have. I'll have to go and check if I still got it, because I've got a feeling Savannah might have taken it. It was on a loose leaf of paper, but yeah, chai tea is really nice. I absolutely love it. Okay, and Rolanda says the board on the borrow looks great. Yeah, it was. I don't know if you've seen it or not, but I did a slow stitching Saturday where I showed how I sew my borders on, and I use a back stitch, and I showed right and left-handed ways of doing it, because I have a lot of left-handed people that watch my channel, and so it's always nice to get a little bit of left-handed instruction, although sometimes it can be a little bit wonky. If you watch the wool felt one a couple of weeks ago, trying to do French knots left-handed, not my best work, but I still managed to show how it was done for a left-handed person. I can sometimes do it But when I do it right-handed, like, it's really quick. It's just a lot slower when I do it left-handed. So yeah, and that was about 10 months ago. So if you go back 10 months on the channel, you'll probably find it there. But I'm happy with the choice that I made. The colors, it complements really well. I just don't know what backing, whether I'm just going to put a calico backing on the back or not, and it's not going to have a binding. So it'll just get wrapped around as well. So, and Courtney is asking Gigra if you are enjoying the fourth wing. Have you started yet, or no? You haven't started yet. It says there you'll start in the next sprint. Awesome. You'll have to let us know if it's good or not, because I don't know. Sometimes you get these popular books and they're not that great, or they're very different. Is probably the word I'm looking for. So speaking of oops, I meant hope you enjoy it. Yes. Cool. Yeah, so I'm thinking, like, just thinking about chai tea then. I'm thinking, I might actually have one with lunch. That'd be really nice. I have no idea what I'm going to have for lunch today. Might have to cook some rice and have something. I don't know. All right. So I have got to the end of the comments, and I'm going to move that because that is full of pins, and I just leant on one and it actually really hurts. So I'll move that out of the way. We've got about another 2 minutes of chatty time, but we might go to a sprint now, and because we've got to the end of the comments, and everybody seems to be very quiet today. But yeah, like only a couple of minutes. We'll go for an hour sprint. So let me just reset that up. By the time I do that, it'll be for 3 minutes anyway. So what is everybody currently reading and or stitching on for this next sprint? We know that Courtney's going to bed and that Gigra is going to be starting fourth wing. I'm going to have a break from reading, but later on I'll be continuing on with the Count of Monte Cristo. Jenny is going to be stitching, and yeah. All right, we'll go to, let me just start that. We're going to go to an hour's sprint, have lunch break, and I will see you all in an hour. All right, hello everybody. Welcome back. How was everybody's hour sprint? I did all right. I got some lunch done, and I also hung out some washing, listened to my neighbours start to drink. Great. That means it's going to be an awesome Friday night. Hopefully they'll go out. Probably not though. And what else did I get done? I watched a bit of Big Bang. I'm almost to the end of season 12, so I've only got a couple more episodes, I think, and then I'm done. And then I've got to find something else to watch when I'm not really watching something, because I do a lot of stitching and whatnot. And I made myself a cover as well, which is good. And I'm ready to get into the next lot of sprinting so I can finish off my table runner. And I might even think about doing a little bit of diamond painting as well. And really, Chrissy, I just noticed that you popped a comment up there. I do actually have it. Let me just change this back. I actually do have Cutter's End. I did get it at that thing, so you were right. So I've got that there. I'm going to move that up the list a bit. I don't actually have any TBRs for the next couple of months except for the Women's Prize for Fiction, which I forgot to mention. We have a winner for that, and that is Demon Copperhead. And if you want to come and join in the group read along, we are reading it in July. So, and yes, I am rereading it again. Even though it wasn't my favourite book to read, I did say that I would reread them again, but I think because I read them so fast too. Like I read 16 books in less than 20 days, so I was almost reading a book a day. So it'd be good to go back to it again. Of course, it's one of the bigger books that we have on the list. I have it on audio and I have it on Kindle, but in the new library that we're going to be doing, if my husband ever brings me home the scaffolding, I'm going to have a couple of shelves that'll just have all the Women's Prize for Fiction books that have been shortlisted for the last few years. And have them on the shelf, and I'm going to slowly make my way through. So I've got all the books from last year, and I'm purchasing all the books from this year, but I'll just purchase them one a month. Last year I just purchased them all in one go. So yeah, I'll just purchase them once a month and whatnot. Because when I read the 16 books, half the books I couldn't get here in Australia. I couldn't get the physical book. Like, I went to a couple of bookshops and they didn't have them in. And when I went onto Amazon, they were all like pre-order and all the rest of it, which I thought was really strange because they have to be actually released in the year prior to the 31st of March. Yeah, March. And so it was very, very weird that I couldn't get any of the books. And to be honest, I haven't even gone back to have a look or not. So, I'll probably get on after, like tonight when I'm relaxing. I'll get on and see if I can't get it. And yeah, so we're reading that next month. And then I was supposed to the other day, but I ended up getting sidetracked. In the next couple of days or so, I need to put all the rest of the books that were on the shortlist into the spinning wheel and spin up, and then that'll tell us what our TBR is for the next 6 months to the end of the year. So there'll be one a month till December. And then obviously we have a break for that until July again for next year. So, but I had a lot of fun doing that. Like, I knew I could listen and read a few books in a short space of time, but that was pretty hectic. And I think, like, even though I read them and I read them quick, I think just the 6 that are on the short list, going back, I'm not looking forward to Trespassers. And I may even end up giving it a miss because I know I don't like it. But Chatty, the Mad Chatterer, she actually over on the Discord put in a book. She said you might like this one because I've never really got along with Irish written books that have all that political element in it, and I haven't really come across anything that hasn't had that political element in it. And I'm sure there are books out there, but I just don't know where to look and all that sort of stuff. So it was good that Chatty was able to give me a recommendation. She said there's none of that stuff in it. So. And like it wasn't it just wasn't for me. Like it's not a bad book, and there's plenty out there that read Trespassers and they absolutely loved it. It just wasn't for me. Like I just didn't like it, and I'm sort of bummed that I'm not ready to read it. But I don't know whether I will. That will probably be the only one that I won't, because it wasn't a long book either. And it wasn't a very fascinating. It didn't hold my attention very much either. There was a couple of things in it though. It's like I'm not going to say anything because I know that there's like Chrissy's going to be reading them and whatnot. There was one part in it where the priest said something to 7-year-old kids. I actually just stopped, and I'm like, okay, that's how you're going to roll. Right then, we'll just keep reading, shall we? It was just like yeah, it just took me back like a little bit. So yeah, I'm like, okay, interesting concept to put that in a book, and you're talking to 7-year-olds. That's different. Okay, I know that Courtney's already gone, but she said happy reading to everybody. She went just as we went to the sprint, which I missed that comment and whatnot. So night, and hope you sleep well. Chrissy's going to miss the next chat as she's going to have some lunch with hubby and be back for the one after that. Happy reading, everybody. Actually, I'm driving home, so I will listen. Fair enough then. So if you're listening, I do have Cutter's End. So yeah. Rolanda also got a bit done and is just about to have lunch. I was absolutely starving because I only had like a muffin last night for just before I went to bed, and I had lunch at like 3:30 yesterday. I never eat breakfast, never have done, or very rarely. And generally on retreat, I eat breakfast, but other than that, sometimes yeah, maybe once in a blue moon, I'll sit down and have a breakfast, but other than that, it's coffee all the way. But I was that's why I went a little bit early. Normally it's about this time I go to lunch, maybe a bit later. But I was absolutely starving. So I'm like, yeah, I'm going for lunch because my stomach was grumbling and all the rest of it, and you'll end up hearing it. So, Rolanda says, oh, sorry, next one. Is anyone else having loading issues, or is it just me? I don't know because I'm not on. I can't be on at the same time because it gives like feedback. But I can check and see. I'm pretty sure I clicked on it before and it was loading up fine. So maybe it might be your end. And maybe you've got the problems that I had. Yeah, no, it seems it loaded up straight away. So yeah. So no, I didn't stop it. Now I'm talking to myself. Stop talking, Nicole. There we go. So it might be you, Rolanda. I don't know what's happening there. It just loaded up on my phone, and that's through my Wi-Fi. So, which I have the door closed and whatnot. And can you believe it? I cannot believe how cold it is today. I'm still really cold. When I went to lunch, is only, and still right now is only 18 degrees. Like that's cold for us. We're normally in the low 20s on that. I'm thinking, no wonder my little tootsies are cold today. The cold air hasn't been able to get out from underneath the house yet. And my house is all tiles, so it's pretty cold. All right, so what is Anne doing? Anne has started to cut out another twin bag while listening to another Blake Pierce series. Blake Pierce is so addictive to listen to, like the Jesse Hunt one. I went and had a look the other day. I've still got 4 to go. And I've got a whole heap of other ones on Scribd keyed up because I just listen to them. I don't get the books or anything like that. But whoever the writers are, they're very addicting to listen to. Sorry. And yeah, at one stage there, I was listening to like one a day, if not one every other day. And then sometimes, and that was when I first started the series, and then I slowed down a bit because I added in the Virgin River. So each week over on my Floss Tube, I was talking about Virgin River and the Jesse Hunt series. And I finished Virgin River, but I haven't finished Jesse Hunt because I'd got up to date with all the releases, and then it was going to be a couple of months before, 3 months or something before the next one was going to be released. So I'm like, okay, I'll just wait a bit. And then when I was looking before, I was just looking at that while Justice sleeps. I'm in 2 minds whether I'm going to continue with it. I'm probably going to give it till page 100. I'm up to page 30 right now, which is the beginning of chapter 4. I went and looked on Goodreads, and there's actually a new book, part 2, that's just come out. So I'm like, So yeah. great, I've just started another series. But if this is crap, I'm not going to finish it. So we'll see how we go. There was one part I read in it. It's right in the beginning of the book. The justice, Supreme Justice, or whoever he is, was at a college graduation. He had a bit of a meltdown, and he was like basically condemning them all to death and all the rest. He's gone a bit crazy. There's something wrong with him that's affecting his faculties and all the rest of it. And so so I was just like, could you imagine being those kids? Like, if that was a true real life scenario, could you imagine sitting there, you're all ready to graduate university or college, and basically there you get this old justice, Supreme Justice, whatever judge, and Supreme Court Justice telling you you're all gonna die, the devil's gonna come and get you, and all this. I'm just like, you're just sitting there like a deer in the headlights, going, "What just happened?" And I had a bit of a chuckle to it because that's the imagery I was getting, like of that whole auditorium filled with people and everybody just going, "What? What's wrong with that dude?" But yeah, and now he's in a coma. So yeah, but there's some sketchy stuff going on in it already, and we're only up to chapter 4. So I don't know whether it's going to hold my attention or not, but Lee Child gives it a pretty good rap, and I don't mind. Like, I haven't read any of Lee Child, but I've actually seen the Jack Reacher series, which inspired me to go and buy some books, and I've got 5 of the first 5 sitting on my shelf to read in the Jack Reacher series, and he recommends it. So we'll see if he's full of it or not, shall we? But my husband loves Lee Child, so yeah, he's been badgering me for years to, you should listen to him. I've got them all on my Audible. Yeah, I'll get to them. I've got other books to read. Read your books. Jetty had lunch and stitching a flag, which I'm enjoying, and also put in an order this morning as well, which I'm enjoying doing, which is just as well because there's 9 of them. What flag are you doing? Are you stitching on your Halloween? I thought that's what you showed me this morning. You were oh, the flag. Is there flags on it? I haven't actually looked at it. So yeah. And what fabric do you want for that cross stitch nappy? Let me know. Just send me a message so I've got the order there. I'll write the order up later, and then I'll get onto it. I'll have it done so when I send your quilt back, it'll come back with it. And I don't know if you've seen the Patreon video on that for behind the scenes in here. I'm sending your floss back to you as well because you were supposed to keep that for stitching for me, huh? So yeah. And Gira, almost missed my sprints today. Your Friday is my Thursday, and I was thinking you were sprinting tomorrow. Yeah, I think I'm going to change the heading to like I don't think I have Australian time on there, so I'm thinking that I might. And give me your thoughts, Gira, in the comments, and anybody else in the Northern Hemisphere. Would it make it less confusing if I put up there Friday morning, Thursday evening, or should I put Thursday evening for Northern Hemisphere? Well, I mean, I know that YouTube is really good at giving us our own time zones and all that sort of stuff, but I know that a lot of people get disappointed that they've missed them and stuff like that. So yeah, and I'm actually quite surprised. A lot of people come back and watch the replay because the time in my analytics, excuse me, it tells me how much time people are watching and stuff like that. And so yeah, so people are actually coming back and watching the replay, which is absolutely fabulous. So if you're one of those people and you're watching this replay, thank you. I appreciate you coming and watching it if you've missed the sprints. But yeah, I have them there so you can, like, I don't delete them off my channel or anything like that. So if you do miss them and you just sort of want to hang out and do some sprints, they're always there to watch on the replay. And I also have a couple of videos on the channel where it's just music playing that go for an hour. So if you want to, I think there's one that goes for an hour and one that goes for an hour and 10 minutes. So if you've got an hour and 10 minutes and you want some music in the background, just gentle music, bit of rain, sound and all that sort of stuff, that's on the channel as well. So you can yeah, you can put that on if you just want to get an hours in. That there's 2 there, so yeah, there's always that option as well. I often go to like that website and um, set up my own sprints. So I'll, because if I've got to fit a lot in, so say I have to do some cross stitching and some crochet or something like that, and it's all for videos and whatnot, I'll just set up a heap of sprints for myself, and I'll do 4 or 5, and I'll get a whole heap done, and I'll just hyper focus. So there's also that as well. Yeah, so there's plenty of things that you can actually do to get that reading in if you do miss my sprints and whatnot. So I'm just going to reset the timer before I forget and save that. But yeah, so if you would like me to actually put when it's happening, yeah, I can do that. I can possibly put it in the comments, like put it in the description as well. That might work. And I use an app called what's it called? Time Buddy. I think it's called Time Buddy, and it tells me, and it can tell me like as many different time zones as I want. Yeah, so I can put that up there, and I can do the like the math for it and all the rest of it, because I think we're about 15 hours behind. You're behind 15 hours. I'm 15 hours in front. So where were we up to? Alrighty. Yes, big flags too. Maybe something Halloweeny. Cool. All right. I'll see what I've got here. I do have some Halloween spiders, I think, in orange. And it's got webs the same as what's on Leanne's thing. And I think I've got some witchy fabric too. I'll have a check and see what I've got. Maybe some skulls. I've got some of that too. Well, you don't want it to get grubby. So I have some damask skulls, which are Halloween, and it's not offensive. I will get it out in the next sprint, and I will show you. And I've got some sugar. I got Halloween stuff. I'll find something to make for you. It's been ages since I've made one too. Chrissy is home, and yeah, it was sitting right on my shelf. It was with the Kerry Greenwood ones. So yeah, and this is brand new, and I got it for $3. Like it hasn't even. Well, I've opened it, but when I got it, like hear that? It hasn't been like. I'd say someone's got it and just hasn't bothered to read it. So when was it published? 2021. Well, there you go. It's brand new, and it was $3. Better than $32 if I had got it from Dimmicks or somewhere like that. Okay, Rolanda's saying, don't know what's happening. It's something to do with my laptop, so I'm having to close it down and restart it. Yeah. Anne is saying, have you read the Aussie book I've come to say goodbye? It's a quick listen. Bit of a tearjerker though. Not sure it was based on a true story, but I hope it doesn't. True life, but I hope it doesn't. No, I haven't heard of it. I'll have to go and check it out because, as you said, I am, as I've said in the past, I am looking to read more Australian authors and all the rest of it. So yeah, a bit vague. I need more coffee. Let's string a sentence together. I swear. I don't know what it is. I eat and then I just become like I'm going to go into a food coma. And it's not because I've eaten a lot, because I didn't. Well, I had a decent sized lunch. But I've been having like my main meal at lunchtime and then having like something just light at dinner time. And that's helping because I get heartburn if I eat too much. That like most people live on like Gaviscon. No, I just need to get used to the time difference. I'll subtract a day from your description. Yeah, cool, no worries. But yeah, that's what I was talking about. Time Buddy is the one I use. It's an app. It's a free app. It doesn't cost you anything. There's no in purchases or anything like that. But I'll put it up to the screen so you can see it. Like it has ads running down the bottom, but they don't interfere with it. So it gives me like I've got New York time, Australian Eastern time, PDT, which is Pacific something, and then British summertime. So right now in New York, it's 11 p.m. It's 1 p.m. here. In Britain, it is 4 a.m. and somewhere PST or PDT is 8 p.m. And you can add as many as you want, and it just gives you like mine's the second one on here. So wherever you are, then you can have all the other times, and you just open it up and it's there. And it actually, whenever you open the app up, it'll open up to the time, and you can also adjust the time. So if you need to know it for the next day, and you want to know what time my sprints are on at, say, like 9 o'clock at night, for instance, I've tomorrow night on Saturday night, your Friday night. 10 p.m. is 1 p.m. in Britain, 8 a.m. in New York, and 5 a.m. at PST. So, yeah. So from New York on plus, and it also tells you beside it how many hours to add and all that sort of stuff. And you can just scroll through and you can work out whatever days. And I believe, which I haven't used it yet, but I believe you can sync it with your Google Calendar. So you can get a notification on the day that it's happening, and it'll just come to your phone. You'll get a notification. So yeah, but yeah, just if you go to Courtney's sprints, don't you? So when Courtney's sprints start on Thursday night, it's 7:30 here where I am in the morning of Friday. So yeah, halving. I'm back now. Whatever it was, restarting the laptop has worked. That's awesome. That is good. All right. Well, we've been chit-chatting for a bit now. So we are going to go for a 45-minute sprint, which means that I will be back at 2:30 my time. And then I think we've got another 2 sprints after this one, and that'll get us close to 5 o'clock, maybe 3. So that's a 1, 2, yeah, another 3 after this one. So yeah, we will get a good amount of work and stitching and everything in. So I'm going to start that, and I'm going to stitch and listen to the Count of Monte Cristo and stitch my table runner. Happy reading, everybody, and I'll see you soon. Bye. Hello, we are back. That sprint went super quick. I'm on the last episode. I ended up going and watching Big Bang Theory while it was stitching, and I'm on the last episode. And Amy just took the stage where she's saying, and I'm like, I'm gonna stop watching because I'll probably cry because I cried the first time too. Who cries with Big Bang, right? Right, so I got my first side border on. Let me just make the screen a bit larger. Forget to do that. So I got my first side border on and gave it a press. So I like it. I think it looks good. And the fact that this is the first thing I have ever made the entire thing by hand. And I must admit, it's a lot easier than I thought. So I've only got the one border to sew on, so I'll sew that on out in the next sprint. Get rid of these pins. I've stabbed myself about 300 times. But anyway. And then I'm going to try and figure out what back, but I'll do that over the weekend. So yeah. All right. So I didn't read anything obviously because I was watching TV. So, but the project it is coming along really nicely. But after I've done the next sprint, when I put the last border on, I'm going to put it away because I want to concentrate properly. It's going to take me a while to going backwards and forwards to pick a backing for it, and then and then I'll be, I don't know what I'm going to do after that. I'll probably just a bit, I think I'll do a bit of diamond painting because I'm going to cross stitch tonight. So yeah. All right, so where were we up to? I think we were up to where Rolanda said that her laptop is working now. Okay, so Chrissy for the rest of the day will be between the kids and reading the 5th book in the Stitches in Crime. I was going to start that today, but I don't think I'm going to get to it today, so I'll do that tomorrow because I've still got maybe I've got 3 chapters left. I think 3 or 4 chapters left of the Count of Monte Cristo, and I'd like to get that done. So like 100 pages in the Count of Monte Cristo goes for so long. It seems like it goes for so long, but it doesn't. Like, yeah, it goes. The story moves really quick, but there's a lot of reading to get to that point. But it's 10 chapters that I'm reading, and they're all substantial. So, yeah, and the neighbours are getting ready to party tonight. Had some more turn up, so it's not noisy down this end of the house because they're right up the back at the moment. So, but I'm sure as the day goes on, I'll love it. Anyway, Brendan's not home tonight, so he won't lose his proverbial over it. That the borrowed project looks so good. It does, doesn't it? I like the fabrics that I ended up choosing. Green is so not my colour, but with the fabrics that I was able to get, I think they just go really well. Like there's pink in there as well, and there's red. Like you've got the pink, and then you've got some like mustard yellow in there as well. But to think like that is just little bits of fabric all piled on top of each other, and then basically you just you just stitch it. And it was so flimsy when I started it, and then as I added more sashiko to it, it got more sturdy as well. So and it's all made out of linen, and I cannot believe, like, if you had asked any of the people that I used to stitch with, like sew with, patchwork classes and stuff like that, if I would ever pick up a hand needle and do anything entirely by hand, they would be in fits of laughter. They'd be going, no, you're talking about a different girl. That can't be the Nicole we know. And if they ever watch this, they're probably going, oh my God, what is wrong with her? Sometimes you just need to slow down, right? And we all know that I can get a little bit hyper, so and be a bit full on and all the rest of it. Anybody that's been to a retreat with me knows that. But yeah, sometimes you just need to take a chill. But thank you, Chrissy. It is looking wonderful. I'm really happy with it. All right. Wow, that went quick. It does, doesn't it? Like, I feel like I only just sat down and 45 minutes have passed. And I don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing with the sprints. Like, yeah. But Rolanda and I were talking the other day that we're thinking about maybe doing this over on the craft channel as well. Having a day, not all the time, but you know, maybe once in a blue moon, do some sprints over there. So anybody that's got any crafting that they want to get done and they want some company, they can have the company. And yeah, So I just haven't decided what day it's going to be yet, because I don't want to do it on weekends, because I want to leave weekends for family. So it'll be a day during the week and whatnot. And like at the moment, I'm doing them twice a week here on the BookTube channel. But whether I'll continue with twice a week is another thing. But I definitely will be continuing on with my Fridays. At some stage I'm going to have to record and stuff. Like right now, I don't have any stuff to record on a Monday, and anything that I do have, I can actually just do while I'm doing sprints, which is okay, because I can do voiceovers and stuff at a later date. So that's things like Stitch with Me's and stuff like that. I've done a couple of like book reviews and whatnot, so I'm able to do that as well. So like, because they're only usually like 10-minute snippets and whatnot, if that. Like this morning, I ended up doing. When we started the sprints, some of you may not have been here, I ended up actually reviewing a book that I was reading on Monday on the sprints. So two birds, really. Like if I've only, because in the second part of the year, I tend to slow down on my reading. The first part of the year up until June is pretty full on, because I don't know, I'm just more, I've got a lot of things that I've thought about over the Christmas break, I guess, and I've just got more lists to do. Like from here on out, I don't really have a TBR, and it was the same last year as well. I think that, like the later part of the year, I've got a lot of stuff going on. Like I've got a lot of filming that I have to do for the Christmas break, and then there's other stuff that I do during Christmas. So like I had a book advent on the channel last year. Get a box from the book grocer here in Australia, and they have, each book is individually wrapped. So I've got that all happening, and so I plan for all of that sort of stuff. So my reading takes a little bit of a back seat compared to what I read at the beginning of the year. So during the beginning of the year, I can read up to 15, 16 books in a month, if not 12 is usually the minimum. But for the second part of the year, that sort of gets cut in half. And sometimes I might only read one or two, and I just take it a little bit easier and stuff like that. So yeah, and I don't essentially have any TBR, so I've got a lot of buddy reads happening at the moment. There's the Sweet Magnolia series that I'm not sure whether Neva and Brittany are going to continue on with that or not, because while we all loved the first book, I can't speak for Neva, but I know Brittany and I really loved the first book. The second one was okay, but it was just, yeah. And I think Brittany hit it on the nail on the head when she said her reading tastes have changed. And I think that maybe my reading tastes have changed a little bit as well. I'm not in that small town, but that could change at any time because I swing between so much. So I'm in two minds whether I'm actually going to continue reading it, whether I'm just going to read one a month, or whether I'm just going to try and smash it out. I'm still thinking on that. I haven't reviewed that or anything like that. I do, yes, Chrissy just reminded me, I was just about to get to that. I do have one TBR in, can you write the list again, Chrissy, so I can write it down in my journal and I've got it and I don't have to go through a million messages to find it. Yeah, so we've got, is it Long Bright River is one of them. What's the other one? The Pact, is it? I'll be right back. Hang on a sec. So Chrissy sent me a lovely gift, and I was quite surprised because I ordered some books and I opened them up and I'm like, these are not the books that I ordered. There was nothing in there to say that it was a gift from someone or anything like that. And I was really confused. And I didn't say anything. And obviously, Chrissy had got a notification that it had been delivered. And then she sends me a message. She goes, she says, did you get like a gift? And I'm like, that's where they come from. I knew exactly what she was talking about. So the first one is Liz Moore. And this is called Long Bright River. This is actually Leandra from Leandra to TBR Zero is actually joining us for a read along, and I believe that she posted it up in the group. And then the other one is The Pact. So these were two books that were sent to me, and then Chrissy has given me another 4, is it? Or 5? I think there's 6, no, another 4. Or is there 8 books? You wanted me to read 2 a week in August. So anyway, I do have a TBR for August. That is the only month that I have a TBR for. So in August, the books that Chrissy wants me to read, I will read them. And then there is also all the bingo ones as well. That's so yeah. There's a few. But other than that, I only have the bingo prompts and the group reads and any buddy reads that I'm doing. And I'm just going to concentrate on them. So they're all sort of wrapped up by the end of the year. The only one that won't be wrapped up at the end of the year will be Wheel of Time. That will go over into next year. And I'm readjusting the dates on the Serialized Book Club as well. So I'm probably just going to, whatever's left in the back half of the year, I'm just going to have a look at, and then I may push them all over to start at the beginning of next year, because all of the books that are on the go at the moment, which is Middlemarch, Pickwick Papers, Count of Monte Cristo, and Anna Karenina, are all huge books. And they all finish up except for the Pickwick Papers. The Pickwick Papers will go into next year as well, because we're doing it exactly how it was published. And Middlemarch, we're also doing it as it's published, which I'm behind on, so I've got to catch up for that. So yeah, there's a lot happening, and I'll just have to readjust everything because I can. But I'll obviously put it to the Discord. Is there any book that in the Serialized Book Club that people want to start this year, or if they would like to wait till next year, they can do that as well. There's a few people that have been asking about the Count of Monte Cristo as well. You can start that at any time. You don't actually have to keep up with our reading schedule, but if you want to use the schedule that is there, you can just start at the beginning and just read 10 chapters at a time. And eventually, like, you'll be able to enter into the conversation and whatnot. You can put up what you're reading and stuff, because there's a few of us that there's a couple of us at all different stages. At the end of today, I will be caught up for June. So with that one, I'm definitely up to date. Pickwick Papers, I'm definitely up to date. I haven't put any thoughts or anything in about the Count of Monte Cristo, because most of the stuff I want to say will spoil it for most people, so I haven't put anything up. So yeah. And Rolanda got a bit more done and was listening to the Dixie Chicks, a little bit of hillbilly, some hillbilly music. That's what my husband calls it. Whenever anybody listens to country music, he calls it hillbilly music. I just look at him like, he's so crass. Like, seriously. But it makes me giggle. I almost fell asleep, to be honest, as well, after I had lunch, Camilla, and now she is ready to read. Yeah, I've had a nap. And Camilla was also saying that's a good idea. I like the idea of crafting sprints. Yeah, we do too. Rolanda and I were talking about it. I mean, as you can tell, there are a lot of ladies that have come over from the crafting channel that are here because we're sewing and stitching and all that sort of stuff. I think it'd be a really good idea, especially if you've got something that you really want to concentrate on. And it's also an opportunity, if you've got any questions as well, to ask any questions while I'm there about crafting, although that seems to happen here a lot too. So yeah, either. Rolandra's saying, I think we discussed Tuesdays to fit in the schedule. Yeah, I think so too. At the moment, I've got diamond painting going up, but I might be able to alternate it, maybe every second week do it, because if I stick to the schedule that I've got here on BookTube, that'll be Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday and Friday that I'm live. That's a lot of energy to expend on that. So, yeah, I'll have to see how I go. Like the crafting sprints would definitely be long ones, whereas the Monday sprints I could always make a little bit shorter. And I'm only on for about an hour and a half on Thursdays for a live stream, where I'm making something and usually talking and all that sort of stuff, not a lot of sewing. But yeah, we were just talking about the TBR in August. And cool, you've got it saved, because I'm thinking, oh man, that is a lot of messages I've got to go through, because that was like, what was that? That was like 3 months ago when I started doing sprints. That was like 3 months ago. That's a lot of messages between now and then. Jenny's saying that the Count of Monte Cristo is a fabulous book because she read it many years ago. I believe Gail's also reading it too, or she may have given up on it. I don't know, or she may have already. I'm not sure, but enjoying just doing 2 chapters a month, 10 chapters a month, sorry. And I feel like I'm really accomplished. When I first started reading it, I was tabbing because I was doing, because at the beginning of each month, I generally do a dedicated reading sprint to it. But just right now, by the time I'm finished where I'm at, I've got about that much to go of this month's read. I'm about halfway through. I'm at page 531, and this has got, not including the footnotes, this particular copy, which is an Oxford copy. We have 1,082 pages in this one. So I am definitely at the halfway mark. By the time I'm finished, I'm over the halfway mark. And, and that's just been about 100 to 120 pages a month of the book that I've been reading, and it'll be finished by the end of the year. And it's a big chunks of book that I've wanted to read for a long time. Anna Karenina is going pretty quickly too. Like, I've got to read this month's installments of it, and I believe Chrissy's reading it as well or listening to it. It was like the chapters in that are really short, and it just seems to be flying by. I don't know how I feel about it right now, though. Like, I feel like I'm sort of reading it. I'm like, I don't understand what all the fuss is about. Like, this is not, like, it's a great book, don't get me wrong. Like, the writing's really good in it and all the rest, but not that I can judge any writing because I can't write myself. But, but it reads okay, it flows okay, it's moving through the chapters okay, but I think the story is just a little bit drab in comparison to, like, I know I shouldn't compare the two, but considering I'm reading Middlemarch, Pickwick Papers, which is hilarious, and The Count of Monte Cristo, Anna Karenina seems a bit drab. And I suppose Middlemarch can seem a bit drab to people as well, because it is essentially just looking at provincial life. So it's almost like a case study of a town called Middlemarch, and you're following like along the people and stuff like that. I mean, there is a lot more to it, and I absolutely loved it the first time. This is the second time I've read it, except I'm reading it a lot slower this time. I really enjoy it. Like, I like going into that world, and I know when I pick it up, I'm going to go straight back into it. And, just the little things that are said in it and stuff like that. I just really enjoy it. I can't really explain. I'm not being very articulate at the moment because I haven't read it for a couple of months. So once I read it, I'll become articulate about that particular book. Right now, I'm in Count of Monte Cristo world. So, yeah. But Anna Karenina just seems drab in comparison. So I don't know whether... Like, I would have hated to be around when that first got published, because from all that I can find, Anna Karenina has 8 volumes in it, and we're reading a volume each month. And the reason that we ended up doing it each month is because, and not doing it to the original schedule, is because the original schedule was over 4 years. That's everything that I could find on it. The original publication of it was over 4 years. So for those that don't know what the Serialized Book Club is, it is a book club where we're reading it at the same rate that it was published. So the Pickwick Papers was published over 20 months, and it's very episodic, and it's following a group of distinguished gentlemen around England and just the antics that they get up to. It's very much a social commentary, but it's hilarious. It's got a hilarious spin on it. Chatty is also reading it with me, Chatty from the Mad Chatterer. If you haven't checked her channel out, head over and check her out. She does no editing on her videos, so her videos are one shot, and she embraces the chaos, and sometimes it's really funny. But she has a lot to say about books and stuff like that, and very in-depth thoughts and stuff about the books that she reads as well, which is great. And sometimes you need that. And but she was saying that she had read Great Expectations and I forget the other one that she's read of Charles Dickens, and she said that she was really surprised at how funny this is. Like, this was, like, out of all the Charles Dickens books, apart from A Christmas Carol, his first novel I read was the Pickwick Papers. And I was sitting there, I was listening to it. I didn't read along with it the first time. And I was listening to it and I was stitching away, and Brendan would be watching TV, and I'd be wetting myself, some of the things that they were getting up to. Like, there's one scene that I just read last month where he's trying to get onto a horse, and the horse is going around in circles as he's trying to get on the horse. As a horse rider, I knew exactly what Charles Dickens was trying to say there and how ridiculous it is. And sometimes you'll get stuck and you've got your foot in the stirrup and you're going around in circles, hopping around, trying to get on the horse, but the horse keeps flicking its butt out, so you can't get on the horse. And I was when I first listened to that, I was sitting there and I was giggling so hard. Freddie goes, "What are you listening to?" I said, "Would you believe me if I told you I was reading a Victorian book that by Charles Dickens?" And he goes, "No." I'm like, "Well, I am, and it's hilarious." And the guy that does the narration for it, he does all the voices, and just the way he does it, it's absolutely brilliant. Like, even if you don't read it, just listening to it, it's hilarious, and the things they get up to and all this sort of stuff. And it's basically a social commentary, but with a lot of humor in it. And it was published over a 20-month period. So yeah, and Middlemarch was published every 2 months from 1871 onwards, and it started in the December. So we started in December of last year with Middlemarch and went through. I did have another girl who was on with me, Maria from Read Fine Books, but she hasn't been putting up any videos that I'm aware of, and she hasn't been back on because she's got really busy with work and also with moving house. So I'm not too sure if she's going to come back on and talk about Middlemarch or not. And she's from Romania, but so I just said to her, look, I'm just going to continue on, and I'll just use my regular sprints. If anybody wants to read it, or talk about it, they can in the comments on that particular day. So yeah, and so that is how the Serialized Book Club became about, and I've had a lot of fun because, as I said, I'm getting some really big books read, and I feel very accomplished as well. And both Savannah and I are at the moment in our Russian era. Apparently, she told me the other night, because I said, "Oh, I'm reading Anna Karenina." She goes, "Oh, I'm reading something else," and I'm like, "Oh." She goes, "Obviously, we're in our Russian era." I said, "Well, actually, no." But yeah, she likes reading the classics as well, which really surprised me because she really doesn't, like, she's never been into Shakespeare and some of the modern classics and stuff like that. She's always gone, I don't understand why it's a classic. But her shelf lately has just been getting a lot of classics on it, and I'm also collecting the penguin cloth bounds as well, so she's got them to look pretty on her shelf, but for nothing else, just to look pretty, because like I've got the Count of Monte Cristo in the Penguin, but I got a second-hand copy so I could mark it up. And I started annotating and writing in it when I first started reading it, but I've done more audio than actual physical read now, so I've sort of stopped doing that. But it's probably a book that I will reread again because I'm really enjoying the story, and I think that the more you read it, the more you would get out of it. So, yeah. All right. Well, I just waffled on for like 10 minutes about books. Can you tell that I'm very passionate about classic books? A lot of people don't like them because they're too waffly and all the rest of it. But with audio and sitting down and reading them, they can be so enjoyable. And I have to revisit Jane Austen because, like, get ready, everybody, clutch your pearls. I'm not a fan of the Austen. I'm more of a Bronte sisters fan, and yeah, but I did say that I would revisit them, so I'm going to get them in the cloth bound. I've got them all in like paperbacks and all the rest, so I'm going to get the set in cloth bound, and then I will reread them, but that will probably be next year. Do not hold me to that because I'm really not a fan of Austen, but I think now that I've read a lot more classics, I think maybe I should revisit them and not judge them so harshly. That's all I'm going to say. I don't know. I just like the Bronte sisters because every book that I've read of theirs, there's always been that strong female character, although Wuthering Heights was a very toxic relationship. I'm reading them like, wow, this is a bit full on, but anyway, yeah, I just find that like Jane Eyre and Angus Gray, is it? And what was the other one that I read? the Tenet of Whitefell Hall. Just the female characters in it were just so strong, and the Tenet of Whitefell Hall is my favourite. It's not my all-time like it's actually tying with Jane Eyre, but if I really sat down and thought about it, I think the Tenet of Whitefell Hall is actually my favourite. And yeah, like the more I think about it, the more I think it is my favourite. It was written so differently and such a different perspective. It's not something that I have come across basically in. I mean, I'm sure that there are many books out there that are written the same way because that, she probably, I think it's Anne Bronte that wrote that one. She probably set a little, like broke a couple of barriers in writing it in that way. And yeah, it was just not something that I have read up to this point. So yeah, that's what I think it's going to be my all-time favourite out of all the Brontes because I've still got a few more to read. But anyway, enough waffling. Let's get on to doing another sprint. We'll set a 45-minute timer and we'll go to that sprint. I'll get my last border on and then we'll be back. Happy reading, everybody. All right, how did everybody go on that one? I got my table runner done. It's all sewn on, and yeah, I'm liking it. So now I have to pick it back for it, get rid of some of the extra threads that are hanging off it and all the rest of it, but it's turned out really well. I'm really happy with it. So I can fold this up now and put it away, and over the weekend I'll figure out what I'm going to do for the backing on that. So yeah, but there we go. That border looks good on it. It's not going to have a binding. I think I said that last time. I'm just going to put the layers together and then turn it out so the backing ends up on the back. And I'm not sure if I'm going to use fusible fleece or whether I'm going to use cotton batting. And then I have to get a new needle, because the needle I've got going through the layers then is a bit dull, so I'll have to get a bit of a longer needle to do the quilting on it and all the rest of it. But that is for another day. Yeah, so yeah, alrighty. What have we got going on here? Where were we up to? Just there. Awesome. Great book, read it. Yep. I got another chapter read on that one. I think I've got 2 chapters to go. Let's just have a look where I'm at. Yeah, 2 chapters to go. Oh, actually, probably 1 chapter to go, because that chapter's nearly finished. So yeah. And thank you, Camilla. Yeah, it is very cute. It's all done by hand, so I'm pretty happy with it. I'm pretty proud of myself that I actually finished it. I still got to quilt it yet, but it's done. So that's the main thing. Jenny Stitcher says, beautiful, thank you. And Rolanda asked, was I? Yes, I did. I hand pieced everything on that, including the borders. So there's 2 because it was a fat quarter that I had for the borders. So the 2 long sides I had to hand piece them together, and then I hand pieced them all on. So yeah, so all done by hand. So you can see there, and you can't tell, like, it looks no different than when it's sewing machine does it. So let me just fold it over so you can see there that the border is sewn together, and then I've just done a back stitch to sew it on. It's not perfectly straight, but I draw a 1/4 inch line and then just stitch on that line, and yeah, and the whole thing is done that way. All the borders are on it, but it's done. Look at me go finishing stuff, hey? The reason I keep saying that is because over on my craft channel, I'm sure that everybody thinks that I never finish anything, because I have so many projects on the go. On my cross stitch, I've got I haven't counted for a while, and I have finished a few things, and I am retiring a couple of things. So I've got to go through all of my stuff and see how many whips I actually have. But I think, just at a rough calculation, I'm at about 50 ongoing projects. Some are small, some are extra large. There's one piece that I'm working on right now that I'm putting a lot of time and effort into. That's going to take me a couple of years to do, because it's quite a big piece. And then after I finish that one, I have another piece that has over, I think it's got just under or just over 500,000 stitches in it. And it's full coverage, so it's going to take me a long time to do. Yeah, and then I've got a whole heap of other ones that I'm not in any rush to do them. Like, and my daughter crafts as well, and we've already discussed if, when I go belly up, she's taking care of all this, so she will know where things have got to go to. And the other 2, in her words, those other 2 will not be allowed in this room. Meaning my husband and my youngest daughter. And I'm like, okay, not arguing with you, so I don't care, you can fight it out amongst yourselves. But yeah, but she'll know, like, what groups to go in to get rid of all the stuff and all that sort of stuff. She'll keep what she wants to keep. She'll give narrowly. She said she'll put some stuff away for Mia and all that sort of stuff for when they're older and whatnot. Not that I'm going anywhere anytime soon, and I told her that, like, there might be nothing left for you to sort out. I might have done it all. says the girl that just got another diamond painting in the mail. But I'm pretty excited about this one. Remember last week, the one I'm working on now is the Jasmine Becker Griffith one. And remember last week, sorry about the rustling, I was talking about another piece that I've got as a cross stitch, and I'm thinking that I'm going to retire it. Well, this is part of that plan. Just read your comment, really. Hi, Rally. How you going? Thank you for joining. Hopefully you'll get some reading in. I think we've got a couple more sprints. I'm just about to hit the 7-hour mark. So yeah, and I've got to be off by 5 o'clock my time. So you can see the clock behind me. It's 10 to 4 right now. I remember last year at the retreat you telling me that you are the queen of not finishing. But since then, I've seen you finish quite a few. Well, I actually do finish a lot because there's the stuff that I do for the magazine that all gets FFO'd. And there's been a couple of little things that I have finished. Like I have not, and I can honestly say, Rolanda, I have not been stitching to the capacity that I am capable of stitching to. Jenny can attest to that. Like I have not been stitching as much as I normally would. And I think that's got something to do with the fact that I stopped doing a lot of the challenges. And because I was part of the School of Magical Stitches Facebook group, which is all cross-stitching challenges, and they did a little bit different last year and this year, and so I wasn't involved as much. But the year before that, it's probably been last year, the year before that, so 2.5 years ago, I was heavily involved in that group. And so basically I would have 3 or 4, sometimes even up to 7 projects where I'd done anywhere from 500 to 1,500 stitches in each one. There was a time where I was stitching probably 6,000 to 8,000 stitches a week, and over a month I was definitely over the 20,000 stitches mark, swinging between 18 and 24. So anyway, the one I was talking about last week, I don't know whether I mentioned it here or over on the craft channel, was Retiring Wicked, Trixie and False by Jasmine Beckett Griffith, and I found a diamond painting. So trying not to get the glare, that is the next one. So this is the picture that made me fall in love with Jasmine Beckett Griffith. And basically this one is, I think I came across this in 2007, maybe. It was just after Nera Lee was born, maybe 2008. Anyway, Dharma Jane's favourite colour, which is my eldest daughter, is green. Nera Lee's favourite colour was pink at the time, but she also liked blue. And Savannah's favourite colour is red. And the red fairy is holding a skull, which is, let me just get the camera right, which is very much has the person, like the look on her face sometimes is like Savannah's look. The green one, Dharma Jane, is very much a very jealous sort of person. She wants what she always can't have. I love my daughter, but sometimes she can be a bit hard. And the middle one reminds me of Nera Lee, just the persona of her. And basically she controls everything. So yeah, but anyway, this is the diamond painting that I got. So I'm actually scrapping the cross stitch and doing this, and I like this better because it's actually a bit bigger. I still may do the because I've done nearly a full page on that, but I'm not 100% sure if I'm going to continue with it or not. I may still continue with it. I don't know, but it's a decent size. It's a 50 by 70. It is also a poured glue one. And yeah, so it's going to look, and this will get framed up, and this will probably go over my bed, to be honest. I had this for my profile picture for such a long time, and then I came across it as a cross stitch, and I'm like, I've got to have it. And then the other day, a friend of mine, and well, actually quite a few of the ladies in the comments are friends with Gail. I was talking to her about, I actually said to her, I wish I could get a Wicked, Trixie and False diamond painting, but I haven't seen it anywhere. And it was, I think, like 24 hours later, it popped up. I'm like, are you kidding me? In my cart. It went in my cart, and yeah, so that was a couple of weeks ago, and it's really good quality too. It was from a cheaper like a cheaper diamond place on AliExpress. But yeah, so I'm like, I'm taking that. Thank you very much. That's in my cart, and I've got the biggest one I could get, and I've got round drills, because I think the round drills, they just sit a little bit better for some of these. I'm really liking it. I've never done round drills until the one I was doing right now, and yeah, I'm just trying to wrap it back up again. Always the way, isn't it? But this one will be getting done. I've just got to hide it until after Savannah goes, because Savannah will steal it. Because the first time when she's seen my Wicked Trixie and False Cross Stitch, that she goes, "That's mine." I'm like, "No, it's not. It's mine. You want one, you stitch it." She goes, "No." She goes, "That's mine." I'm like, "Okay." So I may actually end up ordering another one of these, because she's been a little bit lost and not sure what to do. Like, I think she's a little bit bored. Like, I asked her to take me 2 pictures of my quilt. I got it in like 50 different places, and all the rest of it. So I think she's a little bit bored down there. And I think I might actually just order another one and give her that one, and then she's got something to do down there. She's got plenty of room to do it. She doesn't have to worry about anybody getting to it or anything like that. And it's got 28 colours in it. The cross stitch has a lot more colours in it. It doesn't have I think it's got about 80 or something in it, but I don't care. The main parts are showing. No, we'll see how we go. I'll see if I give her that one, or I order one for her. Yeah, so I think that I think the as I was saying with the cross stitch, the challenge groups really help you get stitching done and whatnot. And as Jenny says, we all need a break at times, but I find when I get back to it, I'm back, baby. Yeah, I'm pretty much the same. Like last week, I had a really good week. I only cross stitched for 2 or 3 days. Well, actually, I've done 3 days, just at night. I got 1,300 plus stitches into Red Dragon, which is another Jasmine Beckett-Griffith artwork, and I got about 500 stitches into both what's it called, Shaken Not Stirred, which is the pina colada recipe, and also cinnamon stars. And then I had to pull out all cinnamon stars because I did the wrong thing. Wrong color. So basically that sort of I was not happy. So that's why you didn't get to see cinnamon stars on Floss Tube the other day, because I pulled it all out. There was nothing to show. I was back where I started. But it was it probably wouldn't have been 500, maybe about 400 stitches between the two, because I didn't get to stitch as long as I did on Red Dragon, because Red Dragon's my priority at the moment, because that's Savannah's 21st birthday present, which is going to be super cute when it's done. Thank you. It is pretty, isn't it? I love it. And as I said, that was my very first. I had the picture saved on my computer for ages, and then because I first come across the Jasmine Beckett-Griffith on DeviantArt, I think it's called, and it was a place where a lot of artists used to put all their work and everything back in the early 2000s, or mid 2000s is when I come across it. And there's lots of fabulous fantasy artists on there and all that sort of stuff. And I seen that Wicked Trixie and False, and it just reminded me of my 3 daughters. And so I saved the photo, and then I got onto Facebook, I think in 2009. I started using it a little bit more because I was out west and whatnot. And like, I'd been out there for ages, but we didn't really have good internet connection out there. And then we got satellite internet. And so basically I started on Facebook just to connect with some friends that were still living down on the Gold Coast and all that sort of stuff. And so I had that as one of my first profile pictures on Facebook. So I've had it for ages, and the girls all know why I like it and all that sort of stuff. They all thought it was an absolutely fabulous picture, more so Savannah than the other two, but Savannah's, like, if you see the clothes she wears, she's very much like that red berry and all of it. So yeah, So I was super excited when I seen it as a diamond painting because I'm like, you know what? It's taking me and I don't like the fabric that I started stitching the cross stitch on. It's a 25 count, and I've worked out with my big full coverages I prefer to stitch on 28 count and do 2/1, and it gives me really good coverage. So I'm happy that I found it as a diamond painting because, one, I'll get it done quicker, and two, I can scrap that cross stitch now. It's another one off the list. So I've pretty much gone from 7 heights to 3. Scrapping them all over the place. But there's no point in keeping on stitching them if I'm never going to get to them, and I've only put a little bit of stitching in, and I can get them on as diamond painting. I'm still getting to do it. I'm just doing it in a different medium because it's the artwork that I like. So I'm happy to have that artwork up in my house. So yeah, I'm not your normal everyday grandma where you have all the sceneries and stuff. I have all the really dark and disturbed stuff. No wonder Samantha's where she is. And it is a very cute one, yes. And I think I missed someone was saying I missed it, I think. Where was it? Did someone say that they've been doing diamond painting a little bit earlier and I missed it? Working on coasters or something? Thought I seen it. Hey all. It's a very cute one. Oh, here we go. It's underneath. I've been doing a little bit of diamond painting on coasters. I actually, Rolanda sent me through last week, sent me through a thing for coasters, which looked really good as well. I haven't done any coasters, although I do have like other crafts in the diamond painting that I'm going to pull out some of them in the next couple of months because my main focus is this big one right here at the moment. So we have an eye. This is another Jasmine Beckett Griffith one. We have an eye. And I've got 2 others that I want to get done, well, now 3 others of hers that I want to get done by the end of the year, perhaps. I can hear you all now going, yeah, right, love. Sure, you will. Great idea, Nicole. It looks fabulous and has meaning for you, so it'll be great and able to finish it. Yeah, well, that's it. And that's the thing. And I was getting a little bit upset that I wasn't getting, like, Red Dragon is my priority, and then I've got Autumn Queen, and Autumn Queen is absolutely beautiful. So I really want to get onto that. So that meant that Wicked, Trixie, and False is just going to get pushed by the wayside. And that was the conversation that I was having with Gail at the time. So then when this popped up, I'm like, and then there's a whole heap of other ones that I found that I want to do as well, which are all based around, they're different artists. They're not Jasmine Beckett Griffith. They're based around Alice in Wonderland. So, yeah, there's a lot of Alice pictures and stuff like that, the Cheshire Cat and all that sort of stuff. But that is for another time. I'm not purchasing them. I'm not doing that. I'm being a good girl. I have a child to keep in college or university, depending where you are in the world. All right, the little alarm has just gone off. We are going to go for another 45-minute sprint. This will be actually the last sprint of the day, but we will be back on Monday for another sprinting day. So mark that in your calendars, starting at the same time, 9 a.m. Australian Eastern time, and I will put that up along the bottom just as a reminder anyway. But this will be our last one. We'll come back, I'll wrap it all up, and yeah. If anybody leaves between now and then, thank you very much for joining me. Don't forget to give the video a thumbs up before you leave. And also, if you haven't yet subscribed, make sure you hit that subscribe button as well. Help me get up to the 1,000, although YouTube has just changed their policies for monetization, but not ad revenue. They're allowing smaller channels for merch and all that sort of stuff now. You don't have to have over the through the YouTube platform, I should say, because you can sell merch anyway, but through the YouTube platform, they've got a few other shopping things on it now, super chats and super stickers and thank yous, super thanks. If you've got 500 subscribers and 3,000 hours of watch time, you can actually get monetized for all of those, which means that you can show your favorite creators some love, especially if they're a small channel. So that was very exciting. That was announced yesterday. Anyway, I'll stop talking and reset the timer. We'll go for our last sprint, and I will see you all in 45 minutes. Happy reading, everybody. Hello, everybody. How did you all go? Did you get all of your required reading and stuff done today? I know I did. I had a good day. I finished the required June reading for the Count of Monte Cristo. So I can now move on to Middlemarch. I've got 2 volumes to read in Middlemarch, so I've got 200 pages to read on that. So I'll probably do some stitching tomorrow and do a little bit of reading of that in the morning, and then finish it off on Sunday. And then, and I've got another book that I want to read over the weekend, which is the 6th book in the Stitches in Crime series by ACF Bookins. So yeah, and then I'll be on track. I'll be ready to read in a couple of weeks. I'll be ready to read book 7. So yeah, there's 10 in that series though so far, and we've slotted them all in until October. You can join in at any time. They are a continuing story, but you probably could read them standalone. You have a rough idea of who everybody is, but a lot of them are interconnected, so it makes it a little bit difficult. But they're a quick read. Like, there's only about 200 pages, maybe a little over 200 pages in each one, so they're pretty quick. One of them only had 160 pages, so and I've got all of them but book 8. And funny enough, I got them all off Amazon, and they're all printed here in Amazon Australia. And it even says that when I go on to book 8, but it says it's not available to be shipped to my area. Go figure that. All the other books were shipped here except for number 8. So I'm going to have to see if I can't get it, which is going to be disappointing because it'll probably be different if I get it from somewhere else. Whereas I wanted to get it from the same place, so they're all exactly the same, so you know it's a series. So yeah, and I've got another cozy that I started reading with Cozy Hollow Book Club, and that was that was Apple Cider Slaying. I read that in November and December. I started at the end of November, I think. And so I want to read the second one of that, which is Pulp Fiction. There's 3 in that series, so I want to sort of get rid of that series as well next month. I'm just sort of trying to get rid of some of my smaller series, and so then I can just focus on Wheel of Time, because that's my biggest one that I've got at the moment. But other than that, I think I'm pretty much caught up on all of my series. It's just the cozy ones that I have that have got, like, and I've got Maisie Dobbs one. I just got the 5th book in that. And I've read the first one, and I haven't started the second one yet. I was going to start it this month, but decided to have a catch-up month. So, yeah. All right. Where are we? All right. Chrissy Stitches says, thank you for a lovely day. Catch you on Monday. Yes, you will, most definitely. She's already taken off because I've got another message from her as well. But, thank you to everybody that's joined me today. It's been absolutely fabulous. It's been great having you all join me and keep me company while I get stuff done. It just having that hyper focus on, like, even though I'm reading, but also getting some of my craft stuff done is really helping these sprints are. And I hope that they're all helping you as well. And I really, as I said, I really do appreciate everybody joining me today. Don't forget to give this video a thumbs up. If you want to come back and rewatch it, you can rewatch it because it'll be saved at the top of the page, so you'll be able to come and hang out again, although you've already heard everything that I've said, but you never know. And thank you, Jenny, for joining. I'm glad you had a great day. I think this is your first time here on the sprints as well, so hopefully it made you very productive. It also shows you how much time you can waste as well. You go and do something and realize 45 minutes has already gone and you've got nothing done. Rolanda ran out of sewing thread for her project back with only about 7 inches to go. I hate that. That's so frustrating. So I'll have to go to Spotty and get some more of that colour as it's not in the stitch. Oh, that's even worse. Have you got some on a bobbin? Because your bobbins will fit on your... I've done that before. So you try that. If you've got it on the bobbin, you might be able to get that last 7 inches on if you've got it on another bobbin, I mean. No worries, Gigra. Thank you very much for coming along. I hope you got some reading done as well. Rolanda is also saying thank you very much for the sprint. You've been fairly productive today yourself. And Chris, I thought you had already left. So there you go. Chris was just in the background there. Have a wonderful day, night, everybody. And yeah, same to you, Chris. So I hope you all have because it's my weekend's about to start. I know that you've all got still your Friday. Some of you got your Friday to go. I hope you all have a fabulous weekend, and I will see you all on Monday. As I said, if you haven't yet done so, please subscribe to the channel. Also, give this video a thumbs up, and go and click the notification for Monday's live stream, which usually is usually around 6 hours. It just depends on the day whether I've got a duck out or not. So if they're another long one, I have no problem in doing long sprints, and people seem to enjoy them, as I do as well. Rolanda is also saying that, nope, that's where I ran the bobbin, not enough top thread to wind the bobbin either. Bugger! Oh, that is quite the predicament. Off to Spotty you go tomorrow. And for those that don't know what Spotty is, Spotlight, it is a craft store that is like Joann's and Michael's if you're in the US, and your big box stores if you're in Europe and UK. Alrighty, I think that's about all that I've got to really say about today. Just that it's been a fabulous, productive day. I got some more diamond painting done, but we have a face, which I'll show it one last time. That for those that are interested. She is looking absolutely fabulous. We've got almost a dragon. We've got the body of the dragon, and we've got her face. And I've just lifted this section up to do the bottom half of that. So it is coming along absolutely fabulously. And I also got my other item done as well, which was the sash. This is Sashiko Borrow. For those that don't know, I got the borders all hand sewn on, done and dusted, so that was good. And I also prepped some other stuff as well, made a couple of phone calls as well, and yeah, so it was a very, very productive day indeed. Alrighty, as I said, that is it for me today. I hope that you all have a wonderful weekend, and I will see you all on Monday. And we almost made it to 8 hours. It's 7 hours and 56, 4 minutes shy. Yeah, so I'm going to end it now. Have a great day, everybody, and I'll talk to you soon. Bye.